G'day, Jupers. G'day, Pluto. G'day, Sammy. How are we? Bit of a late start today because of a late bedtime last night. Got some bugs to fix. Hopefully I can replicate them because some of them are bugs that I already encountered and fixed. So it shall be interesting. Let's get this posted. Get this one posted. Every time. Did you know what made YouTube popular in the 2000s is the cat videos? Correct. Correct. That's not really trivia. That's just a question. Trivia would be what made YouTube popular in the 2000s. Cat videos. Sat down for a few minutes to play a little. I got stuck at the cash register. I wasn't sure how to interact with the finished state. And finish sale. Granted, I stopped pretty quickly. That's alright. What up, gamer? How you doing? Yeah, there's bugs that Mr. DuBois has raised, which I'm like, I encountered that. I fixed it. I can't replicate. I haven't been able to replicate it since. Can you provide some details around how you did it? Because I don't know. I do not know. I do not know. Does mouse sensitivity do cursor speed or mouse hook speed? That'll be look speed. Four more days till Christmas. Damn. That setting should be in the controls. I can probably. I don't think I'd put it under controls because controls is specifically for remapping, and you're not remapping your look input. Like you are adjusting the speed of look, but it's not like changing it to be a joystick or something, you know? Controls is specifically for remapping. So what I can do, I can go into here and I can adjust this to instead be, where are we? HUD interface. To instead be something like look sensitivity. Yeah? Oops. So that way people know that when they adjust it, they're adjusting look sensitivity rather than like overall mouse speed. Good night, Jaeger. How you doing? 4 more days till Christmas. Fucking really? Holy shit. Holy shit. Alright. Let's do this while we go through the ad break though. So let's see. Let's start off with TCG. I do early Christmas where we open one Christmas family gift. And it was a 3D printer. Also, I'm going to use my grandparents. I'm going to my grandparents' house today for an early Christmas. Nice. Very, very nice. I'm going to be... I think I'm going to be at my brother's... I don't know where. I don't know. I'll figure out what I'm doing for Christmas. That's all I need to figure out. Yep. Let's see. We have third person as single player, has multiplayer. Could be a shooter, could be an RPG. Could be Overwatch 2. No. Well, I should have selected Overwatch. That would have cut out years. Well, damn. G'day, Cam. How you doing? You got third. Shot. Crushed it. Any guesses? Third-person action sci-fi that is a shooter. It's before 2019. And we're not talking like 2018, 2016 kind of thing. We're talking before 2015. Since we last spoke, I finished that call about 4 hours ago, tucked myself into bed about 30 minutes ago, and got called 1 minute later. The on-life call. Alright, so we're looking for a 2008 to 2014 game. Looks like it's an EA published. This... It's not an Assassin's Creed. It's a shooter RPG by EA. Shooter RPG by EA. It's not The Division 2, because that's Ubisoft. Third-person shooter RPG. No, it's not Halo, because A, that's not an RPG. B, that's got more than third person. Like 18-hour days for me. Yeah. Sounds about right. Also, could be Infamous. Nope. EA published. EA published. Burnout. It's a shooter RPG. I was saying hi. Oh, you were saying hi. You just said hello. Right. Right. I'm with you. I'm with you. It's not Gears of War, but it is Unreal Engine. Third person, single player multiplayer, Unreal Engine, sci-fi shooter RPG. That's EA published. Fortnite? It's got it. No, it's an EA published game. And Fortnite's 2017. Use the second hint. There is no second hint, Sammy. There is no second hint. That's actually a good one. It could be Star Wars Battlefront. No, it ain't Battlefront. It's nothing Star Wars related. 2012 to 2014. (2012 to 2014). Third-person Unreal Engine shooter RPG. How is it this hard? It's an EA published game. We should know it. I'm just gonna guess. Let's just do... I can't think of a shooter that's only third person. I'm just gonna go like Metal Gear Solid or something. I don't know. Whatever. Mass Effect 3, of course. Of course. I'm honestly surprised that that bot got through, that bot got through Seribot. Yeah, apparently it's got multiplayer. Apparently Mass Effect 3 has multiplayer. So. Alright, so we've updated that so that the UI is a bit more intelligent. Let's see here. Starting next day, customers continue to come into the shop, even though it's closed. Alright, so we have some NPC functionality to look at here. Well, I'm going to specifically look at end of day. I reckon there's something in here that's wrong. I already 3D printed an object of my Roblox avatar yesterday. Damn. Already 3D printed. Start next day. There you go. Is open. I think that's what he's tapping there. Did you know Tricky's vegan? No. I did not. And I'm not sure what... I'm very disappointed to find out that info. Why were you disappointed? Were you looking to date Tricky or something? And now that's like an immediate no for you now. Like, I was gonna go for steak and beers. So yeah, you were gonna ask her out. All right. I see you. You were getting the gang together? Sure. And then your friends mysteriously can't show up. Yeah. Beer is vegan. No, it's not. Beer has yeast, which is technically a living organism. Yeah. Then feel free to eat my foods. Feel free to eat my food. It is, but so are plants. Yeah, but like they're not. Yeah. Different between yeast is considered vegan. It shouldn't be. Most wine is not vegan. Yeast are single-celled microorganisms classified as members of the fungus kingdom. Okay, so they're a fungus. Yeast is a fungus. I was going to get all the cool Twitch people together in Belgium. Tricky's just not invited because CBA going to a vegan place. You don't have to go to a vegan place, you just have to go to a place that also has vegan food. Cam, do you think that regular restaurants don't serve vegan food? This is correct, Matt. This is correct. I do not like to be wrong, which is why when you can correct me when I am wrong and make me right, I appreciate it. Because then, I can be correct from that point on. Learning! Yay! Let's see. Fix the space button, entering name. I see. Going next day. Customers are coming in buying. Attach image for student. The issue is working on fix now. Would be nice to go back to the main menu from inside the game. Maybe have a return to main menu button before quit. Okay. I thought about that. I thought about having a return to menu button. I was like, how would I do that? Yeah. Let's talk about extra here. She's ancient as I read. What up, Giddy? How are you? Welcome in. But also an R, so he'll defend his point to mess with you. That is true. That is true. I do like to mess with people. He does it crassly, so it feels like a superiority thing. See, a lot of the time, what I do is when someone whenever someone states their opinion on something, I will argue against it just to make sure that they have actually thought about their opinion and they have a reason for thinking it instead of just regurgitating what they see online. Yeah. Force them to confront their opinion. And if they can't back it up, it's like, well, perhaps you've got an issue there. She was born the same year Disco died. I really want to say something, but I don't know if it's against Twitch TOS. I mean, you could say it and see what happens to your account. And I said you weren't wrong. Fungus is still a living organism, much like most of the plant kingdom too. Vegans do not eat living organisms. Well, plants are alive. So, vegans don't eat things that... They don't eat things with legs, basically. If it has legs, they don't eat it. Or if it has a brain, they don't eat it. Yeah. Yeah. If it has a brain, they don't eat it. Mollusks have no brain. Honey has no brain. So, actually, vegetarians have don't eat things with a brain. Vegans don't eat things produced by things with a brain, and also don't eat the things with a brain. And then you've got the people that are like vegan except for wine. They will consume wine, but they're still vegan. And then you've got vegetarians that are vegetarians, but they're still allowed to eat fish. Okay? They're still a vegetarian. Yeah. I hate people like that. Those are pescatarians. Yeah, but they call themselves vegetarians because they feel better about themselves. It's all purely about having a label. That's all it is. Like, I was saying this the other day. People are just confused and angry because they just want to have a label. There's like, no, I must have this label, and if you say I'm not this, if you say that this label doesn't apply to me, how dare you? It's like, you just... When people realize what quantum life is, they'll understand everything is a living thing. Exactly, Escamina. Exactly. For example, if you take a single cell from my skin, is that cell vegan? Like, is a vegan allowed to consume that single cell? If no, then like, what if it's a stem cell? Like, what if it's a cell from a tree? Like, what if you find things? Yeah. Did you suffer in giving the cell? So it's only if it's suffering. So only if it's suffering is it vegan. So if you did you consent to the cell? Did I consent to the cell? So it's a consent thing. So does that mean a cannibal that gets consent? Does that mean a cannibal getting consent is vegan? Is that? I think it's the conscious act of, yes, I'm going to eat this meat, that would differentiate between a non-vegan and a vegan. I'm just saying, Matt, you're the one that said it was a consent thing. So if it's a consent thing and the thing giving the meat gives consent, that means it's still vegan. Right? So it's not a consent thing. Now let's see here. That's the open-close thing that I need to fix. Let's see. Hotkeys, that one I've already looked over as well. I need to see if I can replicate this thing. Okay, so... Alright. So it is purely a consent thing. Let's see. That's disabled. How? How does this... Confirm settings changed window appears. It doesn't go away when pressing confirm, but it does when you press it a second time. Okay, I know what's happening there. It's because escape has been pressed multiple times. So... Okay, that's something I can fix very easily. Let's have a look here. Let's see. Where are the videos? The display settings here. Does this create it? I don't think this creates anything itself. Yeah, no, so it's the actual... I think it's this that creates the window. So that's got that being connected. But where are we adding? Ah, there we go. Confirm settings. So it's creating the pop-up. So what I want to do is have this. And we want to get rid of this. I want to go if pop-up is not null, return out. So now we're not going to create multiple ones. And because we're not creating multiple anymore, I think when it's... I think we need to have pop-up tree exiting, connect, set bind, pop-up to null. There we go. There we go. Now watch this. Watch this. I'm too sober to understand. Everyone's too sober to understand. So if I do this. Okay, cool. Now it's not creating that multiple times. And what I can do... I'm actually going to create this helper function that I saw iHeart have, which is an amazing helper function. I'm just going to create it as helpers for now. This will... What is it extending? No, it's just extending resource. Class name, helpers, and we go try connect. Callable. Callable. There we go. So we do that. Then we do a try disconnect, which will be a signal callable. But then I also need to have the parameters being passed in. You know? Which would have to be a variable number of parameters. How did how did iHeart set this up? How did iHeart set up this message? Oops. Why are you complaining?
Is the meat talk done?
I don't know, is it? I heart use Jippity. She's vibe coder. I do have a closing parenthesis. What the fuck are you talking about? Expected end of file. What? What do you mean that it's expecting a closing parenthesis? You are late, Oki. Expecting a closing time since it's about to be Xmas. Okay, that's what it is. No. It has a closing parenthesis. What are you... yeah. I know why. So, for some reason... Yeah. Yeah. Right. Right. Because signal... Yeah, signal is a keyword in GD script. Weak source! Grab my cracker out. Grab my cracker. Grab my hot sauce. Does Australia also do Christmas? We do Christmas, but it's very different to your Christmas. For example, if it, like, a lot of people do a barbecue for Christmas. Because it's summer. Yeah. Summer, nice day outside. Have a barbecue for Christmas. Why not? Go to the beach. Why not? All this type of stuff. Yeah. It's not snowing here. So, yeah. There's the hot sauce, the weak sauce for you. Thank you very much, Oki. Oh, David, sorry. Whew. That's hotter than I thought it would be. Whew. Whew. Yep, 2 months in. Oh my god. That's a lot hotter than it should have been. Whew. There we go. Did you shake it? I did shake it. I did. Alright, so if signal's already connected to callable, return out. Otherwise, connect it. And how can I... Ow. Ow. If I do... helpers... they need to be static functions. Helpers... try disconnect. Menu manager... settings confirmed. And close settings. Toodles, boy! Thank you for the feedback. I'm trying to replicate stuff. I've managed to replicate the confirm pop-up. And that's just a matter of the confirm pop-up being created twice because like escape is pressed twice or something like that. I've got that handled. I've got that handled now. So that'll be fixed after stream when I put up this build with all of that. Okay, so we have settings confirmed being connected to both. Interesting. Just install Windows, or I can continue using a superior operating system. Yeah. Oh, Mr. DuBois, that was one thing that I've actually learned now that I was not aware of. The icon issue that you were having, that whole icon issue was because right here, I had this as file access, file exists. That's what it was. During export, that's not able to find bundled resources. But resource loader exists, that does find them. So then it was able to find all the icons. That is so frustrating. That is so frustrating. I had no idea about that. So now, that's there, and it all works properly. So, God damn it. Gotta love this. Is this Boris Johnson chat, like a chat GPT video or something of Boris Johnson the way he says it. So he loves ChatGPT, or as he says, ChatGPT, ChatGPT, ChatGPT. He likes it because it's the only thing in the last 2 decades to tell him that he's smart and that his questions are good and that his ideas are great. That's the only reason he likes it. Because it lies to him. That's the only reason. Mrs. Speeches during COVID time. Used to give me a good laugh. Settings cancel. Disconnect settings. Oh, what's up? How you doing, Sat? It's Yosemite Sam, you know it. You know it. Huge as fuck. Goes on forever. Goes on forever. How be life? Let's see. Menu manager. Close settings. Close settings. Bam! That's much cleaner. Much cleaner. What? We got Kate as well. Have you worked on the evil laugh? Yes. I'm not going to do it right now, though. I need to remeasure this, actually. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that this is going to be like... It's got to be like 42 centimeters at this point. It's ridiculous. First and foremost, your amazing mustache, needing holes in your hat, had to come see. Yes, yes, if I want to wear a hat, I need holes in it, because the mustache... I have to use my glasses to hold it up. It's ridiculous, if I'm being honest. Menu manager, close settings. But how's things been? I've been streaming so much lately that I haven't really been anywhere in any Discords. I've just been like streaming forever and ever and ever. So, tell me you curl it. I don't. Like, it just goes up. Yeah. Like, it is curling on its own and going backwards. But that's not a choice that I've made. That's just, that's a choice that it made. Okay? My mustache has a mind of its own. I cannot control it. It's become its own living thing. Oops. Okay, last one. Confirm settings. Close on confirm. Oh, that, yep. Never mind. I don't need that. That's emitting, not connecting. Whoops. Checking out Rebirth Overhaul for 7 days lately. Going to start up an Ark server soon. Nice. Nice. Very, very nice. I've been playing a lot of Paths of Exile. And because I keep playing hardcore mode, my characters keep dying and I keep losing everything and all of my progress, and now I've got to restart. Just the first one at the moment. I'm waiting until Paths of Exile 2 is complete and released fully, and then playing Paths of Exile 2. Because that way I can just, like, tinker with all the different classes at the start and go from there. Yeah. I am avoiding games that are in early access. I'm missing out. Nah. I'm sorry, but if a game is in early access, I'm put off by it these days. Just because, like, people put a game in early access to be like, yes, this game is still under development, but we want to release it so that we can get money. Yeah. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of games being early access. Like, early access isn't a thing. It's a beta test. It's an open beta. Played through the endgame months ago, but stopped pretty quickly. Sucks to play alone. Nah. Make it free. That's the other thing as well. When Path of Exile 2 gets released fully, it will be free. So then everyone that's paid for it, it's like, well, you could have just waited and played it for free. You could have, but you wanted it now. You were impatient. Hope mustache pokes you in the eye. You don't have to hope, Sat. Like, it does. My mustache does poke me in the eye. That's why I have to wax it. Occasionally a single hair gets loose from the wax and is just, like, poking me in the eye. And it just annoys me for several hours straight. And it's like, I keep trying to, like, correct it, but it's like, nope, not going anywhere. Annoying. If only there was something that I could do about it. If only. But there isn't. There's nothing I could do about it. You just tuck it behind your ears. You've got to almost be there. Oh, I can. I can totally. Tuck it behind my ears. Yeah. But that doesn't look as good. That doesn't look as good as just having it, like, straight up. People can't see how long it is at that point, so they're not impressed. It's all about that status symbol. Display control bind. Home settings. I really do hope that this works still. If this doesn't work, I'm going to be very annoyed that I've just spent this time doing something that doesn't even work. I am working on some bugs that some people have found for my shop sim. And getting those fixed and put up so that they can retest. And let me know what else is broken so that I can continue fixing things. By doing this, it's basically going to prevent things from connecting twice. So We do this. See? There's no errors. The debugger is staying yellow and at 18. It's not going up by 2 every time I press escape. That's a problem. That's a problem. Notice how, like, I can't tab or anything. That's an accessibility issue right there. Control to focus is null. Control to focus is never set. What was the issue with updating Steam? I don't know, Mr. DeBoy. I reran the same thing again for like the 4th time. I went through and I validated my app build file. I validated the depots file. Or the depots file. I validated the location of where I had things put for the depots file to access. After I confirmed that I had it all in the spot that I thought it should be, I just went in, like opened up the Steam command thing for Linux again, ran it all again. It did the same thing as it did previously, and it all appeared. Like, it all worked. I was like, I don't know. Because like after I do it, I go into the Steam partner and I make sure that I set the default and the playtest build to the latest build, and I know that I did it because the playtest branch doesn't ask me for confirmation through the Steam app, but the default branch does ask me for confirmation through the Steam app, and I had to go onto my phone several times last night to approve that change. So, I don't know. Let's get this weak sauce. And medium sauce. Good thing I've got the hydrate in between there and not after the medium sauce. And a home. All right. There it is. This is the week. Is hot sauce vegan? Depends on the ingredients. But did it give consent? I'm going to say no, because plants can't consent to being eaten. Alright. Look how happy you look. Yeah, hey. Just because... I mean, trees bleed. What's your name? You know it. It's Hypno. Hypno's my name. And potatoes are not my game. There's the weak sauce. Releasing games, not really doxing yourself, no. Oh, I've said my name on stream. And people can look up Hypnotic Games and find an Australian business number registration that has my name. Like, all I tell people is, don't send me mail to my PO box, or if you find my residential address, don't send me mail there. Because I'm not going to open it, I'm just going to throw it out. And if you show up at my property unannounced, or without my permission, you will be met with aggression and violence. Hell, we know whereabouts he lives. But he did say that if you show up, he'll get violent. Yeah. If a person shows up at my place, uninvited, without my permission, I'm not going to be nice to them. I'm going to be like, what are you doing here? Get away. Piss off right now. I'm going to call the cops, and if you come towards me, I'm grabbing the knife from my kitchen. Alright? Not afraid to cut someone that's threatening me. Here's the medium sauce. That is correct, Matt. That is correct. I share a family name with a famous YouTuber. One of my favorite YouTubers. He's almost as funny as me. Almost as funny. Firearms are so much better for that situation. No one's rocking up to my place with a firearm. No. No, it doesn't, Matt. That was a medium sauce and a half, wasn't it? Now, that's not how it's pronounced at all. Alright. Here's the hot sauce. I'm gonna keep that denied. Oh. Sorry. Oh. That hot sauce hit my tonsil. This dude. What up, Chica? Oh my god, too much hot sauce. Too much hot sauce. Ugh. Uh, oh. Auto mod's very dumb in interpretation. No, it's not. Auto mod's very skilled at it. Because it's not a matter of interpreting. Set there. It did get auto-modded. It's correct. Cool. This game's just getting boring now. Sweet. Got him! Hell yeah. Look at that. Look at that 1100 rating game. No blunders. One great move. Let's see what happened. It was right at the end. It was right at the end that it changed. That was even all the way through, basically. It was just even matched all the way through. And it was right here that it went downhill for you. That would have been better for you. Look at that. Look at that. Best move. Best move. I'm surprised my queen survived so long. I mean, me too. Me too, to be honest. Yeah, that was your blunder. Yep. It was very end. It was the very end. You will blunder Night Fork next time, I'm sure. I mean, probably. I mean, I'm not a consistent player. Like, some games I play at, like, a 200 rating. Other times I play at a 1500 rating. Thanks for the lurk, Eskimina. Enjoy Ark. Ah.
99 little bugs in the code, 99 little bugs in the code, take one down, patch it around 117 little bugs in the code.
Why the hell did it say 99 and 117? It's 99 and 170. What? You're a chaotic player, basically. Never let him know your next move. Yep. How you doing, Sobi? Fixed the settings confirmation, and will be in the next update I put up after stream. What else? When moving shelves. Now, this is one, like, Dubois, are you still there? Good night, Cam. Try and get some sleep. It sucks being on call, doesn't it? How goes it? It's going good, Sobi. We're just fixing up some bugs that Dubois has raised. They all seem fairly straightforward. Apart from some of them. Some of them aren't too straightforward. And, like, I need a bit more info on before I can start looking at it. But yeah. Like, for example, if it... we get here, you can see how that's dusk. But because of these buildings, it starts getting dark at like 5 o'clock sort of thing, 5:30. So what we want like putting it about there and adjusting I think if we do this, it'll work. What up, Jojo? How you doing? We go -4. I'm doing well. G'day, Libericon. How are you doing? Okay, so 8 a.m. looks like that. If we go to 6, it looks like that. We adjust this to Five o'clock, it's like that. That is way, way too bright for 8 a.m. I think that's good for 8 a.m. Total cycling minutes. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot.
Sweet Caroline bonk bonk bonk, having a great time.
I think that's a much better like daytime cycle. So 8 a.m. it's this bright, you've got long shadows. Yeah. You open the store. The sun humps through the sky. And then at about 6 o'clock, nah, I need to pull that back a little bit, I think. Eight. Because I don't want it to still be getting dark at 8 o'clock. You know, I want it to be completely dark by like 7. What up, Woosah? Swear to God, they have cameras tomorrow. Did you just get a call, Cam? Please tell me you just got a call. That's funny. Just got a call yet again the second I tuck myself into bed. What you need to do, Cam, is just sleep at your desk. Hoping it's literally just look at it and go, yeah, I'll leave that for tomorrow. That's fair. It is way too bright for 8 a.m. You're the only person on call for a company of 14,000 employees. That's stupid. Just so happens that this weekend, I am the primary. Yuck. And 2 people on call. We have 2 normal analysts that do normal day today on weekends. Then 2 people on a primary and a secondary. That's still yucky. Because I don't want to go simple. Got promised an easy weekend. Sounds like a lie. We had 4 IT for 800 employees. Didn't realize how easy we had it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. What you're saying is don't go into IT. No. Go into IT. Don't go into IT help desk. That's what we're saying. IT help desk is a shit show. Got to deal with people being like, oh, I forgot my password. Can you, like, unlock it for me? Like, no. No, remember your password. So if we have this, if you tell them to remember, they write it down and put it on their desk, and then they complain that they got hacked. And it's like, well, no shit. I feel that's still too much. That's still too dark. You know? Something like that, I reckon. I think that works. So that's just gonna shift everything by an hour. I think that works. I think that's good. So if we run the game, by all right. Go here, test. So this is 8 a.m. 8 a.m. It's dawn, it's morning. Open up. 9 a.m. 10 a.m. 11 a.m. Midday. 1 p.m. 2 p.m. 3 p.m. 4 p.m. 5 p.m. 6 p.m. 7 p.m. 8 p.m. 9 p.m. I think that'll be good. I too am happy when I don't have a job. It's pretty good. Provided you can still pay bills. It's pretty good. Yeah. Like, this is probably the hardest part of tuning this game. Because people from all around the world are going to have the day-night cycle be different for them. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so I think that's good. I want to see if I can get this crash. How do we mod? Auto mod and Hypno handle it well enough. Yeah, basically. And it's fail universal. Makes my day when I am unneeded at my chosen profession. So it starts getting dark at about 5. 6 o'clock, it's dusk. 7, it's dark. 8, it's completely gone. That created 2 screens. Ah, okay. There's a couple bugs there. Hydrate, I can do that for you. Let's see. We need to go into our light controls. What does control the streetlights? Okay, so it's going to be something under streets. So under here... Nighttime is triggered. There you go. 1812. On and off at the same times every day. So at a little bit past 6 p.m, 1800, it should change. Like, it should turn on those street lights. So 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe won't be more like 5:30. Also, general opinion of chat. What do you think of the time that it starts getting dark? So, do you think it gets dark too early, or do you think it's around about correct? So, it's 3 p.m, 4 p.m, 5 p.m, 6 p.m. Is it... Because, yeah, I think... You agree it works well? Okay. Because I'm just wondering, there is feedback that it gets dark too early, but I just wonder if that's in comparison to where the player lives. Considering, like, that they could be closer to the equator where, you know, it gets dark at like 7 p.m. or something, you know? It's going to be different everywhere in the world. So, 4 p.m. getting darker means after November. Yeah, like... And it's not even getting dark at 4 p.m. It's that the sun has gone behind... Like, the shadow of the building is being cast. So... bricks. I need to fix that. You got midday. What up, Ruby? How you doing? Could increase streetlight strength. Because, yeah, like 4:30 is when it starts to get dark. I could push it back a little bit. Depends on the season, and Americans deal with daylight savings time. Yeah, same here. I deal with daylight savings time as well. I'm doing good, Ruby. I'm doing fantastical. Fantastical with all the Gedunticles in chat. What I could do... I can tweak this slightly. Like, I could change this to 8 UTC. And then in the morning, it's like dusk. It's 8 a.m. Yeah, you open it up. 9. So you can see how like it starts a little bit darker in the morning. It's going to be a little bit brighter in the afternoon, sort of thing. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like, we can do that. It's like 7, 8 o'clock, it gets like proper dark. Now like 6:30 to 8, it's kind of like dusk, sort of thing. Wonder if we do 106.
Screw you donuts, pancakes, chicken nuggets.
What was that in the middle of the screen there? Does Bobble Ross have some vertices that aren't cleaned up? Ooh, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. So everyone's a Gedunt when they follow. It stands for good. See you next Tuesday. Okay. G''DUNT. Similar to G'day, which stands for good day. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell your boss. Make sure everyone's aware. You know. They must realize that they're in the presence of fantastical Gedunts. Gets me every time. Classic, I know, right? I am working on business cards that people can order. So that would be fantastic if people could order business cards that say "G'day, I'm a Gedunt," and then it has their name printed onto the card. And then got a question, but I don't know how to actually ask it. I generally find what helps me with asking a question is words in a structure that ends with a question mark and makes sense. That's how I structure a sentence, or structure a question, Ruby. Feel free to do that. And if I need any more information or any clarity, I will ask for extra detail. Just ask away. Ask any question you feel. I think it's daytime for too long, if I'm being honest. I have a question. Did you comb your beard today? I combed it just before. Yeah. Yes, Sage, you can ask any question. I may not answer. And depending on the question, you may just get banned. But that doesn't mean you're prevented from asking. Like, you can always ask a question. You just have to deal with the consequences of the question.
He's gone crazy because he's left a pancake on the ceiling.
I didn't leave a pancake on the ceiling, okay? I made my pancake into a ceiling. Like, that feels better. Making a FNAF fan game on Scratch, right? Yep. I have it so when you have a cursor, when you have your cursor on a box to either left or right, you will turn left or right. Yep. But my question is, would the doors still be in the same corner or not? Since you're facing a different direction, it should be different, right? The left or right, you'll turn left or right. So you've got the boxes on either side. If you have your cursor over this box, you turn to the left, and you're now looking at the left door. Correct? And the question is, would the doors still be in the same corner or not? Or do you turn around 180? Is that what you're saying? Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Welcome in. You are a fantastic Gedunt now. Thank you for becoming a Gedunt. G''DUNT has nothing to do with Godot. It stands for good. C word that I use to call people friends. The doors are to your left and right. So yeah, if you look to the left, you're still going to have a door to your right. Like, that door is still to your right. You just can't see it because it's out of your view. The only time it would change is if you like did a 180.
How did you turn a pancake into ceiling?
Instead of using plasterboard, I used pancake. Or I think it's fine. Because what, it was 7 and 106. Let's see what happens.
I still can't believe you fired the witch and the sentient chair.
And Colsey. Two, 3, 4. So it starts getting dark just before 4 at the moment. And it's completely dark by like 7. 7106. Hypno, how about that? Clearly unnameable and naughty term. Long enough to say. $10, 11, 12.
This isn't a cult, why would we need him?
13, 14. So it's 3 p.m. 4 p.m. So now it starts getting dark, like just before 5 p.m. kind of thing. That's 3. That's 5. Context, gedont. Oh, yeah, yeah. Alright, we're gonna leave that there. We're gonna have this probably be 17. $17.62. I reckon that'll look good. I reckon that'll be perfect. And then we can stop tinkering around with the day-night cycle. Yeah, Bobble Ross has some faces for like hair that should be deleted. Two, 3, 4. There. $7.5. Winter hours, day seems short. It's always going to seem short or long to different people, Sage, because people live in different parts of the world, and depending on how close you are to the equator is going to change what your average daytime cycle is. So it's not going to look exactly like your day-night cycle. But yeah, and like I could set that up, but that would require me to force an internet connection, basically. So like I could set it up so that I have the longitude and latitude and the UTC of your geographical location, and set up the day, month, and year to be the exact same as your geographical location. And have the day, night, like have it go from 8 AM to 9 PM. On that specific day, night, like that specific area of the world. I could do that. But that would require me to do API calls. Unless, Windows gets location data. Actually, get 04. I want to see if there's a way for me to get the location data from the operating system. You pull time zone from the local clock. I can pull time zone, but time zone's not going to do anything. Because, like, all time zone's going to do is require me to adjust the 8, like the start of the day. You know, so if I change the time zone to be -4, then it just means that I need to change what the start time is, which would end up being, you know, an 8 p.m. start, and have that go through until, you know, 9 p.m. or something, or 9 a.m. Whereas if I just change the longitude and latitude, the longitude and latitude will change what the actual passover of the sun is. Yeah. So you can see how that's like directly above. So if I have it set like that, that might actually be good. I like that. Let's have a look at that. Let's have a look if that works. Morning, Mike. How are you? So this is 8 a.m.
If Ed is Ed.
Good for a Sunday morning? Nice. Hey, Mike. Mike. You got like 4 days. Today, tomorrow, Tuesday, and Wednesday. It's done. 5 p.m. 6 p.m. 7 p.m. 8 p.m. 9 p.m. I'm gonna leave it as that. Maybe we tinker it to be about there. Now, after a few weeks, we should be able to have that lunch. Hell yes. Hell yes. Lunch it up. Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4 p.m., 5 p.m., 6 p.m., 7 p.m., 8 p.m. It's Still gets dark too early. What up, Cavino? G'day, you gadunticles. How are your faces doing? What's up, Conker? What up, Captain Coda? What up, Sizzler? Sammy is Raider now. Nice, nice. What were you doing? I'm currently tweaking our day-night cycle to see if I can get it honed in so that it's not getting dark too early, but it's not too bright too late. Yeah. Yeah. It is looking well good. I've got some bugs that I'm going through from Mr. DuBois. None of them seem massive. There's like a crash around the end of day stuff that sometimes happens, but I don't know the exact cause. So I need to get more info or try to figure out how to replicate it myself. But other than that, it's like mostly just like a couple of small little issues here and there. Oops. We do that. Thanks for the alert, Cavino. Let me read your message here. Making a dungeon puzzle game with mini golf mechanics. Gotta run though, get that food. What up, Darth? How you doing? Yeah, that's right. Captain Coda is here. Yeah. I have to get my game into the initial state. I'm sure that won't be too hard. Sure, it won't be. Turns out animating a walk cycle when you have 2 knee bones is kind of difficult. Yeah, you're not going to be able to do a normal walk animation with that. That's too bright at that point of day. It's too bright. Trying to hone in these values sucks. And there's a course in game dev TV for rigging a mech. Like, there's gonna be a video somewhere of someone rigging a mech and having, like, the double knee joint sort of thing. Or even an alien that has, like, a double knee joint. There'll be a video somewhere for it. Have a good one, Labaracorn. Thank you for popping in and saying hi to us. I at least have rigging down. Animating is the difficult part, yeah. Start doing a control rig in most of my rigs, makes it easier. Yeah, exactly. We go to midday. Yeah, it's still too bright because the latitude's too extreme. Ooh, that's right. That's right. The Humble Bundle. That was the one that we got, wasn't it, Mike? Like, it was the one that they had earlier in the year. I don't know if it's still here. Yeah, it ain't here. Also, if it's what I'm thinking of, I'm pretty sure Shadow Rush is using those already. I think that bright for 8 AM is fine. Let's have a look. That's an inconvenient stream. I really need to get some art done. I struggle finishing a game, but assets might get some more income. True. Very true. They got midday. 2 o'clock. 4 o'clock. 5 o'clock. 7. Just before 8 it goes complete dark. I'm gonna leave it as that. We have fine-tuned the day-night cycle. Fixed settings confirmation bug. Fixed or setup helper for connecting and disconnecting signals. Updated day-night cycle. There we go. There we go. Let's take a short break from that. Let's do a game duel. Now that we've got ads coming in, give me a game, chat. And why is Realm Raptures not up here? Why? Titanfall 2? It's a 2016 game. Well done, Sizzler. You know, by now, my guess is always Titanfall 2. I know, but I like to open it up to chat in case someone else gets a guess in before you. You know? Not a shooter, not a sci-fi, not first person, not Source Engine. So it's nothing put out by Valve, because that's all Source Engine stuff. Could be a third-person RPG, so it could be, or a Souls-like, so it could be Dark Souls 3. It's an RPG, it's a fantasy, it's not third-person. So we're talking isometric or side view. Fantasy RPG, isometric or side view. What? When was Path of Exile? 2013, okay. So we know it was isometric. We know it was isometric. 2016 fantasy RPG. It's gonna be single player only, I think. That's my guess. I think it's Stardew. There you go, Stardew Valley. Well done, Sizzler. Well done. Okay, now we're looking for a game before 2016. Single player, multiplayer, co-op, split screen. Now, for those of you that don't know, this here, I've discovered that the color of the year matters. It matters. Because that before 2016 being yellow is indicating that we are within 5 years of the release date of this game. Otherwise, it would be a red before 2016, saying it's 2010 or before. But this is now saying 2011. Or like 2011 to 2016. How did I even figure that out? Simple trial and error, Sammy. So if I was to go Bioshock 2, for example, 2011 to 2015. Thank you very much. First-person shooter that is sci-fi or horror. This could be Call of Duty. I got Black Ops 3. It's very helpful. It's very helpful to know what this being yellow means. Very helpful. How you doing, your chick? What were we up to? That's right. I need to go back into the Discord and I need to have a look at what else we got here. Need more info about moving the shelf. I've adjusted the day-night cycle. it starts getting dark around 5:30 p.m.-ish. Might seem like it gets darker earlier because of building shadows being cast. If we make it any later, then it stays dusk until like 8 p.m. This is also difficult to get perfect since everyone lives at different points and expects a slightly different day-night cycle. So we need larger payment. So we need some larger collisions. Nice. Same decade. Yeah, same decade. Same decade. What we can do is under props, go into payment. Under this, I can take this and I can make it $7.5 $1.2. So not doubling it, but like 1.5 times the size of it. Yeah. Talking about the yellow meaning. Oh, the yellow meaning. So the yellow meaning is that it's within 5 years. So if it says 2019 up and it's yellow, it's gonna mean that it's not a 2025 game because that's 6 years away from 2019. It's gonna be 2024 or before. So that 2019 to 2024 range. Yeah. What else? So we've updated the collision there. Kind of want grabbing the bobbleheads to be difficult since they are supposed to cause trouble for the player. I've adjusted the bobbles so they don't come alive until store level 5. And I have plans for items that can be purchased, which for bobble traps and for bobble traps that can be purchased to trap the bobbles for you, making it somewhat easier at an extra expense. Making it easier for a price. Forms is fine. I'm not changing the move key, but I can change... where is it? I can change the shelf collision so that this is 0.05. So I've just bumped it up 3. Which means I want this. Five one. Let's be like 0.02. Let's see if that's easier. I could probably have it a little bit under it too. Oops. Change that to 7.1. Or just have you at that at this point. I think that'll work. So that'll make it easier to interact with the shelf. So that shelf's always going to be less easy to target. Just because it is... Obviously, it's... There we go. And the other thing that we need to be careful of as well, with making this too large, is... Like, yes, it makes it easier to place something on the shelf, you know? But, like, I have move available there. Oh, you still have move available. So, I mean, I guess I could... So if we have this, I can still pick it up and move it easily. Cool. Okay. I think that'll work better. That's a better collision for the shelf in general. I think. That definitely works a lot better. Increase the size of the shelf a lot to allow easier interaction with the shelves. I'm not going to change the move key to a different key because I don't see it as an issue. So the move key default should be bound to something other than E because it's super easy to misclick due to it being so universal. I don't think that's an issue. Like, it's an interaction. E is generally used for interaction. And also, when you're looking at things, so if you're holding this and you go up here, you can't move it because you're holding a box. If you place items on here and you drop the box, you can move the shelf. There's no other interaction that E maps to at this point in time. Even if I was to move the box here, there's still no other thing that E maps to. So I don't see that as a problem. If you want interact to be mapped to something else, go in here, map it to F. There you go. Now it's on F. But I don't see that as an issue. I think that's a preference thing, not an issue. Personally, I think it's a preference thing. Performance seems fine. Good. No performance issues reported so far. I do need to put in a protection so like it pops up a message when you try to trash an item. That is, like, if you try to trash a delivery box that still has items in it, it should pop up being like, hey, this box isn't empty. Are you sure you want to throw it out? Yeah, that type of thing. I can't replicate that anymore. Need an alert pop-up confirmation when attempting to trash a box that contains items or trashing an item itself. Yep. Conscious bobbleheads should not be collectible. Yeah. So, if we go bobbleheads. Interacts pop back. So, we need a way of... Actually, yeah, so right here. Return interacts. Oh, yeah, so it's returning interacts. Otherwise, it's returning the current state interactions. Oops. Print debug. Interacts. I'm also going to adjust this back down to 0. And make this 5. No. Not in here. This can remain like this. That's fine. Looks like big thunderstorms coming our way today. Uh-oh. Not today! Not today! How is there... Ah, heat wave for yesterday. Okay. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. It's the 21st today. We don't need to worry about that. Rain afternoon storm. Ooh, okay. Okay, so the storm is going to be during the time that I'm not streaming. Thank God. Okay, so it's going to be that one. It's going to be that hits us. That's not too bad. That doesn't look too bad. And it could be worse. It could be this. I forgot to add a few reset keyframes for the auto animation. So now it's this glorious pose is a thing. That is such a good pose. I love that pose. The bullets firing is the mech saying, yeah. The screaming, yeah. Oh, that's so good. I love it. Okay, so we can do that. Let's see. Hopefully this one will pop alive. Come on. We need a bobblehead to come to life. Come on. God damn, why is it? Wait, two of them have... Why are you both there? Why are they there? So this... We'll go marked for consciousness. Create conscious bobble. Bobble data. Instance the scene. Conscious is true. Add child bobble. Because we're not setting the position. That's because under here, I'm not setting that up. That's why. That's why we need to have it in that order. So that if it's conscious, we set up the conscious state. That's what the problem was there. Okay. Okay, now we've got that fixed. What up, Mad? Sorry I missed that message. I'm very focused at the moment. I hope you're having a good one over there on Kick. And we wait for these to start coming alive. Then we can test this out. They're shy. I know, right? Don't be shy. I just want to grab you and throw you into the furnace. Nothing terrible. They aren't babies, they're bobbleheads. You. Now, notice how it's still in the running state. Okay. Push into walk. Oh, I think I know what's happening there. I know what's happening there. So when we pick it up, we pick up conscious, which changes it into the held state. And the held state is 6. Right there. That's the problem. That is our issue. Let's get this set up here. Come on. It'll happen soon. I can just adjust the timer so that they like become sentient faster. You know, I could do that. But that's one more thing that I have to remember to change back before I put out the update. So come on. There we are. Okay, so now you're in that. It still says collect bobblehead. How is it getting that? How is collect bobble appearing? When we have this, it was displaying an empty array. So how is the collect getting in there? Oops. Let's see what happens. Hopefully this works. She's running with a pill bottle. Oh my god, I really need to change the timer. I really need the timer to be faster. Come on. I know one of them's gonna come alive. Where are the bobbleheads? Come to life, you bastards. What do you like to do when you're waiting for your bobblehead to come alive? Just throw on a TV show or something? Yeah. Sit back and wait. I like to watch this hit streamer, Hypnotic Games. Never heard of him. Never heard of him. Who's that? Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Congrats on officially becoming a Gedunt. G''DUNT. It's much appreciated. It has nothing to do with Godot. Okay, the G''D stands for good, not Godot. Just like G'day stands for good day. Gedunt stands for good. See you next Tuesday. Word. Yeah. Imagine watching this down under situation. I know, right? Get a life. Oh, one of them's live. Where is it? There you are. You ran under the desk, you bastard. I had a feeling that would happen. Let's go into... Mystery Bobble Box. Conscious Timer. 2 to 9 seconds. That'll make it faster. That'll make it a whole heap better. So fantastic will it be? We also have a 24-hour stream coming up for anyone that doesn't know. It's happening a week from today. Okay, so 21st today. It's happening on the 28th. My time. Because I'm in Australia, so I'm in the future. So, yeah. It's going to be big. It's going to be a birthday stream. I'm going to have cake every time. Every time we hit a certain number of bits being thrown, I am going to have a piece of cake. Until the cake runs out, of course. Or until I get sick and throw up because I had too much cake. Whichever one comes first. Hey! Hey, see how it doesn't say collect anymore? See how it doesn't say collect? You can't collect it. You cannot collect a conscious bobblehead. Let's do... What up, new jank? Are you working on that new jank, or are you working on that old jank? What up, Paige? How you doing? G'day, you get done. Welcome in, y'all. We're currently doing bug fixes that have been reported. Yeah, you know how funny we are, jank. You know what the comedy's like here. Prime comedy. Did some pixel art today mostly? Nice. Now it says collect, which is incorrect. That is incorrect. So I think we do need to have it as... We return nothing. We do this. And we do... What is it? How's the shop? It's going good. It's going good. We fixed a bunch of bugs this morning that that have been raised by Jojo and Mr. DeBoy. If... I need to figure out if there's a way I can remove specific people from a playtest. Because if I'm not getting bug reports from people, then I just want to remove them from the playtest, because like there's no point in you doing the playtest because you're not giving me anything. Right? You're not testing it. You're doing nothing. I can have someone else playtest and give me bug reports and feedback and stuff. Yeah. If I do interaction manager, remove interactions. Return state machine, current state, interactions. I have a list of stuff from my less than 10 minutes earlier. I promised to leave some stuff about my playtest when I get some time to really sit down with it. So I'm gonna have a new build up after this stream, Sammy. So make sure to cross-check your stuff before you report them with the new build, to make sure that those, like, if those things are still valid or not. Yeah, we can't collect it. Excellent. What's going on with your head? Cool. So that's working now. So in here, we can pop this back to that. Such violence, poor Bobble. Hey, it's possessed. Alright? It's possessed, and Ed and Lorraine Warren don't exist in Bobbleverse. So it's not like there's anyone that can come around and like keep it in a sealed case or anything like that. However, Sim, I am going to be adding stuff for you to purchase that allow you to like lock the bobblehead away and place it so that you can then sell it or use it for future sacrifices and whatnot. So we got that fixed. I do still need to set up a letter that appears on the what was it? The boon. So like I do have it set up to give you a bonus for when you burn a bobblehead. But I need to like have the effect for it, and when you hit level 5, I need a letter like a letter to appear on the front door or something. You know, somewhere easy for the player to see. So that, or like maybe like next to the sign here. So that when they go to open, they're like, oh, what's this? And then they interact with the letter, and it tells them about the bobbleheads and how to deal with the bobbleheads. Can you make bobbleheads fight? No. The bobbleheads can be sacrificed to give your shop a blessing that makes people come in and purchase more stuff and whatnot. And give you better ratings. Or you can put them to work on a workbench to repair broken bobbleheads that have come in. Or you can sell them to people looking for occult paranormal things. Okay? So you can do that type of stuff. Oh, that's right, I changed it to F. Duh. That's the other thing I should look at. That red button there, that's probably going to be difficult to see. I also need to improve this. Damn. Alright, so it's the end of the day. Let's hit enter. So we can see that we spent $168 on baubles. So the total expenses was $168 down. We sold $50 of bauble boxes. So our total income is $50, meaning our profit is negative $118. I'm going to make income green. I'll make income green, so that way it's like, you know that income is green, profit is negative. You know, you had money coming in, but your total profit is still less. Why does that seem so bright? Why is that so bright? Okay, cool. People are still coming in and buying stuff. Good to see. Good to see. What's happening? I don't know. You can put a notice board up in the scene. And as you want the players to get a notice, add a post-it note or something to it. No, because if I put a... Like, I feel a notice board outside the store would be odd. Like, it wouldn't fit. It would look out of place. And a notice board in the store would take up area that they could use to, like, position stuff. You know? Maybe on the door to the back room. The only problem with that is the door to the back room opens when you get close to it. So they'd go to interact with it, and then the door would open, and like it would move away from them, sort of thing. Yeah. I want to lock the storeroom. I want to lock that until they purchase an upgrade. Maybe email on tablet. I thought about that. I did think about that. I was thinking it could be an email, but then how do I set it up so that like, because I don't want it to be they would then get daily reports from days gone by. Yeah, I'm not too worried about that. Like, that requires me to keep track of their entire history of reports, and I'm not going to do that. That's too much. That's too much to track. For the tablet though, having the email on the tablet, I'm just trying to think how I would set it up so that when they get notified, or like when it hits level 5 and the letter shows up or whatnot, how do I have it so that the tablet notifies them, hey, you've got something to read? Have the you have mail sound. Would that seem out of place since it's only used once? Yeah, we're not building a known interaction off of that sound. Like there's nothing previously in the game to indicate what that sound means. Mailbox out the front of the store, or the store. Again, Mike, I like the idea, but it's something that's only going to be done once. And that's it. This part of the tutorial. Not really part of the tutorial. It's going to be something that happens once your store has reached a certain level. The next day, a letter or something will appear in an obvious spot to inform the player about bobbleheads becoming conscious and what to do when they become conscious. So there'll be like a mysterious letter shows up and it's like someone saying, hey, I know about this store. It used to be mine. It's now passed to you. So it's like, you know, this whole thing where it's like, you're now the owner. This is what happens when your store becomes too popular. And then, yeah, it unlocks that whole mechanic. That'd be out of place unless there was a pretense. Which, like, and that's why I'm thinking we just have a letter appear, like, stuck to the window next to the open sign. So that way, the next day, when the player goes to flip the open sign, they see this letter there that they haven't seen before. And they're like, oh, what's this? And then they interact with that, and it gives them, like, a letter UI. And that they can, like, read through. So, that's what I'm thinking. Whenever I see those types of interactions, I'm always expecting more. Well, what would you what more would you expect? Like, so the purpose of it that I've just described, what more is there to add? Hang on. Hang on. So there's a difference. This is stupid. This is stupid. Burbsky Expedition 33 has been officially disqualified from the Indie Game Awards 2025 after they confirmed the game's use of generative AI in its development. Which will now go to the runners-up. Really? Claiming that the nomination process, Senfor agreed that no Gen AI was used in Clair Obscur Expedition 33. On the day of the Indie Game Dev Awards showcase, producer Francois Maurice confirmed the game had, in fact, used some generative AI during the development process, leading them to retract the award. As retracted following confirmation. The AI-generated assets in Clair Obscur 33 were used as placeholders and were eventually patched out of the game. Yeah, no. It shouldn't have been disqualified. It shouldn't have been disqualified. If the game that you're playing doesn't have any of that generative AI, and they've just used the generative AI as placeholders while the art team is still creating the official ones, that's fine. That's fine. Get over it. Get over it. Yeah, no. It should not have been disqualified over that. Lore, why are they coming alive? So that's the thing, Sage. I don't want to explicitly state why the bobbleheads are coming alive. And the reason being, because there's no satisfying reason I can give. Like, if I was to tell you that they were becoming possessed, you know, what next? You're going to expect something else after that, you know? Well, now they're possessed, I should be able to exercise them and have them as just normal bobbleheads again. You know? Or if perhaps they are actual living entities. Like, if it's magic, you know, magic that's brought them to life. It's like, okay, well, now I need to apply magic elsewhere as well. Yeah. Like, no matter what reason I give, there's always going to be, well, now that this has been explained, why don't we also have this? You know? Or we should also have Y. You know? Shop is always constructed on ancient burial ground. Hear me out, aliens. I mean, like, that's the thing. I want it to just state, hey, I used to own this store. Weird things happened when I was running this store. Things moved on their own, and things seemed to come to life. You know, I don't know why, but this is what happened. I found the best way to deal with anything that moved or moved on its own was to just burn it. Yeah. So that gives the player, oh, okay, this stuff happens. It's we don't know why it happens. We just know that there's a history of this happening in the store, and they've said that they would just like to burn, they recommend just burning them, and that's the most effective way. And then I can have weird people come into the store that are like, oh, we want to, I'm looking to buy something that's, a bit odd, not quite right, a bit paranormal. I'm a collector, and I hear this shop has a history of paranormal activity, or anomalous activity. And then the player can go, oh, I can take these sentient bobbleheads, these conscious bobbleheads, and I can sell them to these guys for a ton of money. And then we can, it starts building like that. Rather than being like, hey, it's possession. It then allows the player to be like, ooh, what is it that brings them to life? You can make it whatever reason. That one there is done. What was the other thing that I need to do? I think we're up to the trashing items now. Need a letter that appears the following day after level 5 to explain or to tell the player about bobbleheads becoming conscious. Yeah. Anonymous anomaly. Yeah. Anonymous anomaly. The other thing I might do under here, we go Bobbles can conscious. What was it? What can this variable be? What can we call it? Shop level greater than or equal to 5. I guess we can just go... allow conscious. Let's go up here. Allow conscious. Cool. And we'll need to have that in here too. There we go. All right, now I can go back into our mystery bubble box. And instead of doing it based on level 5, I can just do allow conscious. And then under bobble, and where is it? Up here. There it is. Done. That'll deal with that. So what the reason why I've done that is so that the letter shows up the following day. So if you hit level 5 in the middle of the day, you're not going to have bobbles coming alive that day. They'll start coming alive the following day after you've been given the letter. And if you don't read the letter because you can't notice this big letter next to your open sign, I can't help you. Let me hydrate for you. Good night, New Jank. Good night, the boy. Oh, actually, DeBoy, quick question for you. One of the things that I wanted to ask you about one of the bugs. You said when moving shelves, if there's an NPC in the way, the shelf can't be moved. Sorry, that's right. You hydrated, New Jank. Yeah, it's red. Yeah, so like you can't place furniture where an NPC and stuff is because you don't want to place furniture like the NPCs can't walk through furniture, and the furniture carves out the nav mesh. So if you place it directly next to an NPC, that will cause NPCs to no longer be on the nav mesh, and they won't be able to walk around. They'll just be stuck at that point. So you're not allowed to place it in close proximity to NPCs and stuff like that. Not my problem, fix it. No, it is your problem. I'm gonna make it your problem. So if we get these, we get this one instead. Oh yeah. All right. Do this. Maybe don't allow to move when NPC is near it. Well, no, like, you can move it whenever you like. Like, just because an NPC is near it doesn't mean you can't be allowed to move it. Because if an NPC is standing here and you go to move this, or if an NPC is in queue here and you want to move this, you can still move this, like, over here. Yeah. Just because an NPC is standing here doesn't mean you shouldn't be able to move it from there to there. Like... Get rid of that for now. So if we set this, we set you, you, and you. So if we open this, so he's going over to this one. If I pick this one up, he moves away, goes to another thing. Yeah. Right. I actually do know a solution you might want to try when you don't actually pick it up when you do move it. It stays where it is, but you get to preview to move it. No. So that's fine for your style of game, DuBois, but I've never seen that in any shop sim, like TCG, supermarket simulator, any of that type of stuff. So it might be fine for an isometric game. I don't think it'd be fine for this version of a shop sim. Because then it's a matter, like, then you got a whole issue of, like, you know, what if you just want to move it over half? It still needs to be able to detect stuff to the sides and whatnot, but it can't because it's now got that, like, it's original that it's overlapping with, so you can't move it slightly. Like, you can't move it over a bit. Yeah. I think I've got a kickbot being a douche. Let's go here. Cool. Taken care of. But yeah, like, I want it to be slightly different to other shop sims, but I don't want it to be perfectly identical. So I want to keep interactions and stuff similar to other shop sims. So that way when people that play TCG card shop sim and stuff play this, it feels familiar to them. You know, it doesn't feel alien and confuse them and such. Because those are my target audience. So, like, I need them to be, like, yeah. I have been thinking about an auto mod bot. So, like, there's auto moderation. So there's like Kickbot, which does auto moderation. I forget what the other ones were, but there's a few of them. There's a few of them out there. I'm not going to go to the site, because if I go to the site, it's gonna, like, these sites are very heavy and cause my CPU to be like, go from like 40 degrees Celsius to like 65 degrees Celsius, because they've got a shit ton of animations and stuff going on all over the place, and yeah. But there are things like that you can do. And I need to get something like that set up before I decide to, like, before I put YouTube and Kick chats on stream. Because YouTube and Kick chats, like, Twitch is fine because it's got auto mod, which handles a lot of the stuff that you'd want filtered out off your on-screen chat. YouTube and Kick, not so much. So we have to do something more before we get those on stream. I haven't been able to replicate any of this, any of the crashes either, Devoy. That is one thing that I need to fix, actually. End of day reports can appear multiple times. So under our menu manager, I think it's under the menu manager, or is it under HUD? Might be under HUD. And this would be, I'm going to make sure to update this stuff as I go. Do that. All I can do is send you the logs. Maybe there's something useful in there. There should be. See if I can pin them. But yeah, if you're ever raising a bug report Try to include the steps leading up to the issue. Like, what settings screen were you on? What settings did you change? All that type of stuff. Because that way I can more easily replicate it with that information. Set that up. Helpers try connect. Helpers try connect. So do that. Or we'll celebrate. That should work. You're melting? You're melting! Nah, you're right, mister. You're right, boy. You've already provided a bunch of info. Like, at the end of today, like, once I get this, like, once this stream ends and I put this updated build up, there's gonna be, like, almost all the stuff that you've raised is going to be corrected. Like, I've increased the size of the payment collision in the NPC's hand, so it's easier to interact with that. I do need to add some SFX to the FPOS button pressing. Also, Duboy, I don't know if you have a numpad, but when you're doing FPOS, you can just type the number. Yeah. You don't have a numpad? Why don't you have a numpad? Mini keyboard? Yuck. Yuck. Did you tweak the card shelf? I noticed playing earlier it was very small hitbox. I have tweaked that. I have tweaked that. That was another one that we fixed. So now you've got from there all the way down to there to interact with it. There. Much better. Much better. Can't afford a normal keyboard. Not enough desk space. Fair enough. Toodles goose. Toodle oodles. Let's have a look at where this thunderstorm's at. Whoa, that's close. That's getting close. That's gonna be here in like 20 minutes. Almost on you. Yeah, it's gonna hit me in about 30 minutes, I reckon. I hold my keyboard in my lap because I sit on a couch while I compute. What do we do with the end of day report? Do I just instance it? Yep. Yep. Um, okay.
Oh, by the way.
Go up into here. Go into the menu manager. What do we need? What's the end of day report? What type is it? It's a panel. Oh, cats and dogs. I program it on a foldable chair, so it forces me to get up and walk around. I just stand all day. Currently, it was very fun to play, but there were sparks of it. Well, so right now, there's a lot of stuff that hasn't been implemented, boy. Like there's a lot of things to still add in, and there's still a lot of things to fine tune. So I'm not worried about how fun it feels to play at the moment. I want to catch all of the bugs and all of the performance issues now, and get more of the content added in, knowing that I've got those bugs and performance issues cleared up. I think Puppy Dog wins. What's your setup, to boy? Like, what's your GPU, what's your CPU, that type of stuff? Because I think at the moment, I've got it as like, recommended is a GTX 1080. Yeah. Also, this storage, I can adjust that. It's like 500 megabytes of available space that you need. 3060, but it's PC from 2015. GTX 3060. Let's see. Let's see. Compare the 3060 with 1080. I mean, those two are fairly comparable. Like, the 3060 and the 1080 are like, they're pretty, pretty spot on for each other. Alright. Alright, very nice, very nice. Graphics won't be the issue for sure. I have like 960 or 980 or something. God damn! Nice. Nice. So yeah, definitely 1080 is what we'll need. Thank you for the follow. You are officially a Gedunt. G''DUNT. Make sure to tell people it stands for good C word, not Godot. Good. Good C word. Yeah. The GPU won't be the problem, but CPU, RAM, hard drive. Yeah. Like, I don't think it's going to take up that much RAM in that either. So, familiar with Unreal at all? I'm blueprinting a program constraint. I'm familiar with Unreal. I'm not good with blueprinting. I'm not, like, when it comes to visual scripting, I just can't do it. I don't know why. I just can't do it. Ran well for you, Jojo, on a GTX 960 and a 4th gen i7. Nice. Nice. That's what I like to hear, Jojo. I meant by blueprinting is mentally structuring. Oh, okay. Okay, sorry. Because, yeah, Unreal Engine has blueprints. Yep. So I just assumed that's what you were talking about in terms of Unreal Engine. You're blueprinting a programming constraint. What's the programming constraint? Like, what's the logical problem you're trying to solve? I'll be your low-spec tester. Hey, this is exactly why I wanted to play test Jojo. To be like, all right, I need people with different hardware than me. Because obviously with my 9700 XTX, I'm not gonna have performance issues. So I can't really say there's no performance issues. But now that you've said that you've run well, yeah, like, sweet. I like it. That is fantastic news, Jojo. Fantastic news. I'm happy to know that I can put out a game which is immediately performant. And can run on stuff from like early 2010s. Got a laptop from 2016 I can test on. I've got a laptop that doesn't have a GPU, but it has like a 12th gen i5 or something. So I'm thinking about running it on that and seeing how it goes. And if it runs perfectly fine without a GPU, I'm just going to be like, yay. Because what did I say for the minimum and the max? Seto, g'day you Gedunts, how are yous doing? Minimum I had i5 3550, memory of 8GB RAM, graphics is a 1050. And recommended I had the i5 6600, 8GB of RAM, and a GTX 1080. This available space I can drop down to 500 megabytes. Kilted, how you doing? What up, Max? What up, RGB? I almost said RBG. Don't ask me why. Whoopty! How are you doing? That's great. 8GB in this economy? Yeah, 8GB is just so expensive. So expensive these days. Welcome in. What were you doing, Seto? I think I'm probably using same specs as Road to Vostok with Vest. Probably using the same specs as Road to Vostok. What is Road to Vostok? Because the specs that I've got there, the specs that I've got listed on my store, god damn it. They're just like, they're just this, basically. I've pretty much just copied this for mine. And these ones have, like, better graphics and higher quality models and such like that. So I figure if I copy theirs, my low poly stuff is going to be perfectly fine. Yeah, Road to the Stock. Yeah, this one's a lot more intensive as well. Like, honestly, if your PC can play this, your PC can play my Bobble Shop Sim. That's fine. Working a bit more on learning UI framework called Avalonia. Was a good time. Worked on a custom stream data editor. Now, the UI framework, is that like a C# UI framework? Is it a Windows UI framework? Is it a cross-platform UI framework that can be used with multiple languages? A .NET Windows. Okay, so it's a Windows one. Open source WPF successor. Windows. That's like Windows thingamajigs, I think. Right? Used Avalon for my C# app. It's amazing. Nice. Avalonia is great. It's cross-platform .NET UI framework that renders all the controls with Skier. Nice. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, embedded in Linux. Nice. WebAssembly too. Nice. Mobile as well. Lovely. So the good thing about having it as a mobile and WebAssembly is you can make a website, but you can make a mobile app, and then you can like have a website as well that's the mobile app. So like you build, like, write code once, build for multiple use cases sort of thing. That's good. Actually, when we get back to yours, Oxymind, make an ARPG similar to Diablo 2, trying to define animation speeds on cast, attack, hit rate, then capping the maximum values for these attributes, and assign it to animation speeds. Trying to figure out how to structure it, because if I structure one, then the boilerplate would work for all three. So the animation speed for cast rate, attack rate, and hit rate, capping the maximum values for these attributes and assign them to animations. It's like, would you just... And so... Could use input on how to initially attack this with C++. I'm making an RPG similar to... Science animation speeds. Attributes are already replicated, defined. Trying to figure out how to now take the attribute data and structure it to tie attribute speed to animation speed. If I structure one, boilerplate would work for all three. So you could set up a function for playing the animation. Or a function that sets the animation speed. And you just have you have that function be like, well, it depends on how the rest of your stuff is structured, because there's multiple ways you can do it. Are you using state machine for your player or behavior trees for NPCs and stuff like that? Animation speeds wouldn't need to be replicated. They would be based on machine only and the action. If you define the animation speed in the object, you can call the animation speed inside the animation plays. So I think what he's talking about, Mike, is if you have a debuff that causes you to move slower, the animation speed needs to be scaled to move slower as well. If you have a bonus to your attack rate, then your movement rate needs to stay the same, but your attack rate, like your attack animation, needs to be faster. It's that thing. Set it up as a base U object. That way the cast and such would inherit from it. I'm probably thinking of it from a Godot perspective. I have missed your message, Woosa. Give me 2 seconds. In that case, use gas and define the action with the animation speed as variable. That way the animation player can pull the value as well. Yeah, so you'd set it up so that depending on what state the character is in and such, and what they're doing in that state, it tweaks it based on that. So the way I would do it is in my player's state machine, when the player's attacking, I would have at that point in time, like I would apply to the animation player for its attack what the speed is. And then when it exits that state, it resets the speed to normal. Like, that's what I'd do. But yeah. Using gas, you'd also not have to worry about replication, as that is built into the gas framework. Yeah, nice. You're on Arch Linux, by the way. Nice. Pro Gamers got Arch Linux. Yeah, they do. Pro Gamers have all the Arch Linux. Hypno, I have a laptop with Intel i7 3rd Gen, 8 cores at 2.4 GHz, 8 GB RAM, and I don't think it has GPU. Is it bad enough for your game? Probably. My game can probably still run on that. Gas auto handles debuffs and such based on tags. Okay. I don't think I've ever used gas. I've had plenty of gas, but I've never used it. So, you basically have 2 main options for Linux distro, Arch or Hannah Montana. What, Escamina? Are you saying that the Bieber Linux is not a valid distro? I have plenty of gas and I release it often during the day. I'm writing a gas framework for Godot at the moment. Is there a bit? Yeah, there's a Bieber Linux. I don't know how you spell it. There you go. Bebian. Bebian. Just based on Puppy Linux. From 2011. Also, this OS is a joke inspired by Hannah Montana Linux. There is also Ubuntu. Ubuntu is a thing. Sudo apt get baby oh. I like it. What are you doing for the rest of the day, Seto? Are you just settling in for the night? Are you gonna get some exercise, have some dinner, all that kind of stuff? If you need a low-spec laptop, test your game on. Don't hesitate to ping me. That's all good. I think we know that performance-wise, my game's gonna run fine. If it's running on something with a 4th gen i7 and a 980 GPU, I think performance isn't going to be an issue. We'll be good. Did couple flavors of OpenSUSE for myself and did nice theming stuff. Yeah, nice. Dinner time soon after a walk with partner from her work to the store. After that, probably more bot dev. I really need the second version usable, but the first is increasingly broken. Fair. That's fair. When are we having the Australian Geduntu distro? Yes, I am aware that I said Geduntu distro. Okay. I am aware that I said that. We can make it happen. I mean, maybe that's what we vibe code. Like, I have been saying that I want to vibe code a Linux OS. Or like a brand new operating system to see if it works. And maybe we just vibe code... maybe we vibe code Geduntu. Yeah. Alright, Mard, give me a game. Can't do worse than Windows, so let's try the Geduntu. Neon white. Alright, so it's 2023, 4 or 5. It's probably a sci-fi shooter. I don't think it's going to be Star Wars Battlefront 2. That's older than this, isn't it? Not single player, so it's not Amnesia, of course. True. It also needs to be like first person, third person. Honestly, it's probably a Battlefield. Nope. 2023 to 2024. Oh. Yeah. Let's start with Battlefront 2, shall we? Catch up with Mard's request. How? It was a multiplayer shooter that was sci-fi with first person and other perspectives. Name another game in 2023-2024. I mean, how Battlefield 6 is isometric. The map view. Like, when you're viewing the map, you'll be... Yeah. Alright, so it's not a shooter. Single player, multiplayer, co-op. Could be fantasy, could be sci-fi. If it's not a shooter, it's probably not sci-fi. So we could look at a fantasy game after 2017. Maybe Dragon Age Veilguard. Bird's Eye and Isometric are different, but they're counted as the same category in this for some reason. Yes, because they are different, but they're similar. They're both a top-down perspective. One's gonna be offset, but they're still giving you a view from above. Yeah. Yeah, isometric is a type of bird's eye. Alright, so 2018 to 2023, not shooter, not RPG. Third person only. So we could make this... Like, we could throw out... Elden Ring. Okay, PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X. 2018 to 2021. It's not the Talus Principle, because that has first person and third person. It's not the Division 2, because that's technically classed as MMO. When did A Hat in Time come out? It came out in 2017. A Way Out. 2019 to 2021. It's a hack and slash. It's a hack and slash. It's not a superhero. So it's just fantasy at the moment. We only know that it's a hack and slash fantasy. It could be a God of War. Like... It's not a God of War. Okay. Nier. Nier's a good one. Nah, it's not Nier. A hack and slash. Is it Hades? Devil May Cry 5. Yep. Oh shit, we got an ad break incoming too. What do I still need to get done? I need this. I need to finish this off. And then we can do that. So this would need to be panel. End of day reports. This will handle... Okay. So I just want to check the end of day report. Devil May Cry 5. Yeah, it can have co-op. Hydrating. Thank you, Nujank. Much appreciated. Close and wait. That's some high quality H2O. Okay. Oh, yep. I know why. Set val. Go. Add child. Report. Report equals val. Report tree exiting. Do this and go set bind report null. That'll work. All right. Actually, that's something I haven't done yet. Daily Akari. Very hard. Okay. You've got an issue. It's almost... There's a few issues. So you see, there's that one, and that one. We've almost got it. Like, with having that adjusted now... Now we got this one we need to fix up. Need to be able to get that one now. Now I just need to get this one. This is the last thing I need now. Last one. Figured it out. It only took us 3 minutes and 49 seconds. Gatorade. Hello, Okie. Welcome back in. Gatorade. Water sucks. It really, really sucks. Water sucks. It really, really sucks. How you doing, Mard? That should work. Such a silly film. Love it. It's so great. No. No what? I just experienced a near miss with Avengers Endgame moment on Twitch. Two streamers meeting each other is strange and should never be done. What are you talking about? I've met a ton of streamers. Like, nothing wrong with it. Leaving. Take care, everyone. Have a good one, Woosah. We've probably got like 10 minutes left in me. If this works, then I can put all of this up as like a new build to Steam, being like, yay, everything's working. He poked me in the eye. Captain Insano shows no mercy. You shouldn't have come in because it's 9 PM. But anyway.
What are these?
There's the crash. Tree exiting on a base type of nil. That's actually a crash because of a different reason. There we go. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Congrats. You have elevated yourself to be a Gedunt. You can now skip down the street all happy like with a smile. And when you walk past people and they're like, hi, you can go, Gedunt. Why not? Yeah. Do it. Try it out. See how fun it is. Alright. Gatorade what? Sucks. Gatorade. H2O. Gatorade. H2O. Enter. 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 No crash on the end of day screen anymore. Now I don't know what's happening here. I don't know why it's so goddamn bright. And then as soon as I do that, it like fixes itself. So I need to figure out what's happening there. Investigate start of new day. Having lighting issues until the sun has moved for a few seconds. Something to do with Sky 3D. Something to do with Sky 3D. Isn't that basically the idea? I agree, it's slightly flavored. Near confirmation box pop up. What was the other crash? It was on settings, wasn't it? There was another crash on settings that we need to investigate. Like, because this is how I would expect the second day to look. It's not. Oh, that's interesting. That's the crash. Got it. Past your bedtime. I'm off ski. Cheers to stream. Catch you later. Have a good one, Ninja. Enjoy your rest. I hope it's fantastic. I'm going to note down this bug. And if it's easy enough to fix, I'm going to fix it now before we end stream. Because what's happening is it's not allowing the screen, like it's not like popping up the confirmation if you try to change screen. And then when it does pop up the confirmation, it's lost track of things and crashes. So I need to figure out why it's losing track. Why it's not popping up that confirmation. So if we do control settings changed, target screen seen, print debug, settings changed. Attempt to change to current view. What up, Raj? A disembodied ghost head making games in Godot. My favorite. I know, right? Don't forget. Don't forget the mustache. The mustache. I have to cut holes in my hats if I want to wear them, so that the mustache can poke through them. This here, the biggest problem that I have in life right now. And trust me, this is not a problem that you want to have to deal with, okay? Okay? Can you imagine having to go around to every hat that you own and cutting a hole in it just so your mustache can, like, but just so you can wear it without impacting your mustache? Nightmare. Nightmare. I don't know anything that could possibly be worse. Now we wait for that to get clipped out of context and for people to share it and for people to cancel me. clipping that? Ah. Ooh. Settings changed. Apply change. What settings changed? Non-existent int constructor. Oh, it's the FPS. Oh, it's the FPS. First time watching you, seen IR Funny Guys before, though. How are you and how's the project? It's going amazing, Cosmo. iHeart is a fantastic streamer and a fantastic game dever as well. So, you've clearly got good choice in streamers. Right? Clearly a great choice. I'm looking into a bug at the moment that's causing some issues with the playtest. Specifically, when you change... Where is it? Specifically this one here. FPS select. So when we save settings, FPS does not equal FPS. So it's 0 if selected is 0. Otherwise, love the Cortana vibes and CRT lines on your webcam. Thank you. Sixtetic feels kind of cyberpunkish. Speaking of which, I do have 3D art over on my desk. It's... Don't ask me how it works. It's some sort of weird fourth dimensional object that we can't fully perceive. We can only perceive three-dimensional slices of it at a time. But yeah, I like it. It's my favorite piece of art. I speak before my brain finishes figuring out what I'm going to say is getting me in trouble or not. Oh, don't worry. That's how you should live. Yep. Yep. So, there's going to be an issue here. Returns the variant value of the given parent property. If the parent property does not exist, this method returns null. So selected index tablet, main menu, display settings, FPS. This is an instant scene. Selected value. No. When we select, there's set selected signal, or set selected no signal. If the options is greater than size minus 1, set it to 0. If it's less than 0, set it to option size minus 1. Selected index, increase change. And then when I do an options, which is an array of string, then it should be returning. If it's 0, then it returns, like, if selected index is 0, we set it to 0. Otherwise, I guess I can go to int, string to int. So if I do an int string, creates a new int from string following the same rules as string.toInt. So this is the same as what I was doing. Print debug. FPS options get FPS selected index. Okay. FPS selected. Index 75 is out of bounds. Line 79 and 80. $75 is out of bounds. How do you figure the selected index is 75? How do you figure that the selected index is 75? What? It was literally printing. What? 44, 120, 75, and then it said null. And I make sure that selected index is within range. If it goes over, we set it to 0. If it goes under, we set it to the max value. Am I using this somewhere else? Options, find. Find the string FPS if the FPS is greater than 0. Because this is taking the actual FPS value. Else it returns unlimited. And FPS gets set to that. Then we do set signal. Or set selected no signal. Which updates the selected index. And then it updates position. But that's finding the index of that value. It has nothing to do with this. I mean, working on your project. It's been 6 months. Yeah, June 24th is when we start, or May 24th is when we started working on it. But we've taken a couple weeks out here and there for like game jams and subathons and stuff. So in total, it's been about 6 months if you take those out. No existent function toInt in a base nil. In a base nil. FPS is 144. Two. $180, 144 is out of bounds. Because we're doing FPS. We're doing that. But that's on reset settings. That should what it should be if I cancel. So we can see that down here, I set FPS to FPS. And that's going to be the actual number of FPS. Up here, I get the index. So up here is wrong. What I want to do is go FPS equals FPS, and then we want to do, actually no, because this is doing a find, so it should be returning the index. Set up FPS index is FPS. Selected FPS index. That has value that. We go FPS selected index and FPS options get FPS selected index. And print debug resetting. See what happens. What up, buttermilk, you get dunce. So selected FPS index 2, it set up FPX index 4. If I confirm, it crashes and says selected FPX index 75 has value null because it calls resetting. So for some reason, resetting is getting called. And also resetting is not correct. Find that if FPS greater than 0, else unlimited. Oh, actually. So that'll stop the crash. I bought the Division 2, so I've been grinding that for the past 3 days. Slacking, but enjoying myself. Division 2 is a good game. I've played a lot of that. Okay, so that's no longer crashing. But the problem still exists that it's resetting. Why is it calling reset? Now this fails because it calls reset. Settings 39 goes close settings. This calls reset settings. FPS is 5. Why, if you're gonna finish the course this weekend? Me playing Division 2. I'm gonna try. We'll see how much I get through. Why is this having an issue? So it's calling reset settings, which is correct in this case because I selected discard. And saying line 100, it's calling this. This should definitely be FPS options get if FPS is greater than 0, otherwise unlimited. Up here, we're finding the index, which is incorrect. We don't want to find the index. We want it to be the actual value of the FPS, so that when we set it here, it's setting the actual FPS value. So up here, I don't want to do a find. All I want to do is that. So that gives me the actual FPS. And then this here, I want to do FPS options, find that if greater than 0, else unlimited. Oh, hang on. If FPS is greater than. Yep. But the question is still... Well, now the question down here is why the fuck are you having an issue? Because of that. Okay. Options get FPS because it's the actual FPS count. And then we want yes, that should work. What's your opinion on friend swap? I think it's the same as everything. When it first so people are calling it friend swap because calling something slop these days is just generic. Like that's what you call something that is. So for example, there's Vampire Survivors slop. Okay? There's RPG slop. There's FPS slop. There's all this different slop. And that's because a game comes out, it makes a genre successful. It makes the genre successful. And then other people go, oh, that's a successful genre that we can capitalize on. So they make a bad game that is in that same genre in order to capitalize on the popularity of the genre. And then people go, oh, this is friend swap. Because games you play with friends, like Peak and RV There Yet and stuff like that, those are the current popular games. Ever since Lethal Company and Repo came out. Those have been like those games have blown up and we've now started to get a lot of them. Some of them are bad. So people are just calling it friend swap now. And it's like it happens with every genre. Yeah. I hate the term, but I just don't know what else to call it for context. It's just bad social games. Like, they're just bad social games. Those have always existed. Bad FPS games have always existed. Doesn't mean we should start being like, oh, it's FPS slop. And it's like, yes, it is, but it's only being referred to that these days because people have started saying AI slop. And now people are like, oh, AI slop. That's just saying that something is bad because it was generated by AI. Let's do the same thing with these games in this genre that are also bad. We will just call them friend slop. We will just call them Vampire Survivor-like slop. We'll just call them roguelike slop. Yeah. It's just a new term for something that's always existed. So I don't really care about it too much because it's the same thing. It's a different day. Set selected no signal in base panel container. Cannot convert argument 1 from nil to int. $120. Oh, because it needs to be. Actually, no, because that's gonna get the string representation. Actually, no. Well, yeah, it's gonna be that. What's it complaining about? It doesn't have a closing. Oh, that. So the FPS options we get. Oh, I know why. This is supposed to be find. So we find the FPS value. Yep. Now I'm probably going to have a corrupted settings now. Yeah, I'm gonna have corrupted settings. All right. And I convert argument 1 from string to int. There we go. Imitation breeds innovation. Mm-hmm. What? The fuck do you mean? Selected index. So FPS options find FPS. So we're finding the value of FPS. But the reason it's failing is because this needs to be a string. Now I've got corrupted settings again. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Now it's not selecting it. Attempt to find a variable of type int in a typed array of type string. 43. 43. I was thinking in response to do you think they have to be bad? It depends on your definition of bad. My interpretation of a bad game is not a game that is buggy, is not just a game that's buggy and janky and such. It's a game that is an exact copy of something else that doesn't add anything new. Yeah. So if you were to copy Repo and you just changed the models, but it's the exact same game, then I would call that slop. And that's kind of why with Bobble Shop Sim, I haven't just made it a shop sim. I've also added in like the conscious bobbleheads, and I've added in the workshop that you can, like, I've added in this extra layer to it for making it a bit more difficult. And I'm gonna add in the thief system so that NPCs might steal things and stuff. Because I don't want it to be just another shop sim where you just buy stuff and have money go up and that's it. Yeah? But yeah. If you were to come out and be like, here is Path of Exile, but it just has different character models, I'd be like, well, that's just shit. That's a shit game. That's a bad game. Like, why would I play this when I can just play Path of Exile? You're telling me it's not like that? Unwish listing. I'm gonna go slander it in my Discord server. Go for gold, Devable. I can't stop you. Brotato is a good example of a genre, of taking a genre and putting a twist while keeping it still similar. Exactly. Brotato is a good game. Uh, 43 setup. Attempt to find variable of int in a typed array. That's what we need. So we go in here. We're going to change this down. We're going to confirm. We go back in. We go up here. We're going to change this down. We're going to confirm. We're going to go back into settings. It says 120. We're going to change it back to unlimited. We're going to go confirm. Go back in, still says unlimited. We're going to change it up to 165, and we're going to change this to my 1440p windowed. Confirm. Now we're going to go back in, we're going to change this back down. We're going to go over to audio, we're going to confirm. That's the other issue I need to fix now. But at least we fixed the crashing issue. I think what I need to do now is I need to put in a bit of a check up here and go, if FPS options find str FPS, if FPS greater than 0, else unlimited, then we want to go FPS equals 0. So if this is less than 0, because if it doesn't find anything, it's going to return -1. So it returns -1 if there are no elements in it. So we can go, all right, it's -1. I'm just going to set it to 0. And now this will default to unlimited. Yeah. Reason I ask is because I had never been one to follow trends, but I think I might have an interesting idea that's in the same friend slot vein. Just trying to figure out if it would be worth it to try it out. And by friend swap, I mean a co-op game with simple role-based mechanics. Yeah, so it depends on what it is that you make. Like, if you just make RV there yet, but with dirt bikes or with like 4x4s, it's basically the same game. You know what I mean? But if it was what? I like a construction game, yeah? If you had to work together to build stuff within a certain amount of time and like fill your orders and whatnot, and each person is like needs to do a different thing, or like goes out and grabs things and brings them in so that someone can make stuff and whatnot, then that's different, yeah? It's not really like any of the games I'm familiar with. The only real comparison is the co-op simple role-based mechanics. Okay. Well, in that case, it'd be fine. In that case, it's fine. Because it's different. It's just a game, like, it's a game in the same genre, but it's different. Yeah? And that's what you need. Like, because I wouldn't worry about people calling it friend slot. Like, people are just using that term because they're not smart enough to come up with something else. Yeah, like they can't come up with their own idea of what to call it, so they're just saying, "Oh, we'll call it friend slop because AI slop." Yeah. I'd say make it, friend swap or not, a good game's a good game. Exactly. And yeah, like, you can make the argument about any genre. It's like, oh, do I make this roguelike because there's so many roguelikes out there, and this AI roguelike game that came out, like, do I even bother? Because people have seen this AI roguelike game, and they're now going to start calling roguelikes like AI rogue slop or some shit. Yeah. There's like, you can talk yourself out of doing anything. The difficult part is talking yourself into sticking with what you're doing. I'm so guilty of that. Yeah. Yeah. Like, there have been several times during this game where I've had to stop myself from just abandoning it because I was like, no, it's just another shop sim. What am I doing? It's like, no, I've got to stick to it. Stick to it, see it through. That's what matters. Sticking to something's the hardest part of Dead by far. Yeah, very much so. I think we've got our issues fixed. And if I break my settings file by going to where is it? Output device, borders window, FPS. If I change this to 70. Okay. See how it's set it to unlimited? Now if I go 144, fixed. Alright, I'm going to call it there. I'm going to get a fresh build up onto Steam for the playtest stuff. I need to make some shorts and whatnot. And have lunch. And kind of relax a bit before we come back to it tonight to keep going with all of our different feedbacks. Yeah. If there's any new feedback, of course. If there's any new feedback. Jesus Christ. Discord is getting hammered. Oh no, that's not my Discord server. That's not my Discord server. Never mind. I don't need to worry. Where are we going? Where are we going? Let's go hang out with a Nerdwino. Yeah. Nerdwino raided us yesterday, so we'll raid them back. They are talking about, or they are giving a talk to the United Astronomy Clubs of New Jersey. Do we want to raid in, even though, like, they're in the middle of a talk? Yeah, we'll go say hi. There we go. Actually, no. No, they're giving a talk. They're giving a talk, so let's make it a quiet raid, okay? It's going to be a quiet raid, because they're in the middle of a talk. So don't spam the chat, okay? Don't spam the chat. Let Nerduino do their talk. Listen to them talk about astronomy, okay? Alright? I'll see you in a bit under 4.5 hours. Alright? Have a good night.